do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit!
It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. Did not work at all.
Why, hello. Right, what was I up to? Ah, that's right. We need to do some quick automation and get some tier 6 belts in this bitch. That's what we need to be doing. This brings them great joy. Pineapple, how you doing? Okay. I would like some MK6 Belts, please. So, what do I need to make that happen? How many of each of these things do I need? Just 250, so it's not even that much. I'd love to build 4 of those if I could. Oh, easy. Any hours deep at this point? I don't know. 400, maybe 500. Took first place on Ooh. Wow. Okay. Nice. Okay, so let's, instead of limiting ourselves to the amount of machines, right? Let's just assume we find a normal node of everything we need. We overclock them, and then we just see how much we make. Cool. Perfect. These are just cool machines, so doesn't make them work in threes. I'd like to build only 4 of those if I could. Perfect. And match the other side. Okay, cool. So I can make this amount off just one single node of a normal node of every kind. So I just need coal, quartz, SAM, and iron, and we can do a quick automation of those things to get me some belts. Because I'd like a good belting. Wait, what? Huh? Oh, we're actually keeping coal. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Put the quartz on. So we need coal, quartz, and then we need iron. And we need SAM. Why don't I see SAM here? There it is. And we need none of these. Let's get rid of those as well. There's SAM. There's plenty of impure nodes right there. And there's coal. But we would need quartz still. There's some, but I feel like that should be a bigger base. Big chromatic shot tangles. Ooh, that actually sounds fun. That actually sounds fun though. What is this? Oh, this is just a little bit that makes my quartz right there. That's the little bit that makes my quartz currently. Yo, hold on. Hi, bunny. You're using barely any quartz. Barely any. Almost nothing. Transfer 17 stacks a minute at maximum, but we're only using 2 stacks a minute. That's perfect. Well, in that case, I know exactly what I'll do to fill the quartz hole. Okay, so that's where I need fuel to go in. And that's where I need fuel to go in. So now I got 2 of those for more fuel. Well, this one, get fuel here. Because I need you to be also providing fuel, please. That should be perfect. Get quartz. It's midnight. Shit's loud as hell. Internet acting up because everybody's partying. Ooh. You're like right near where the fucking carnival is or whatever? Okay, now we just chuck some quartz onto that hole right there, which comes from right here. This is a big valley. There's nothing that blocks the sound from getting directly to my house. Ah, fair enough. Did I even have Mark 5 belts when I built this? Yes. Fantastic. Alright. Alright, we now have a get quartz drone port that I can get quartz from. Means I'm already making enough, I think. Yeah, I'm actually sure I'm already making enough, which means I don't need to worry about the quartz, which means we can come back here and get the coal, iron, and everything else that's right there, and just build a little bitch right there to automate everything. It looks like it's just behind my concrete plan, in between concrete and aluminium. You don't even need a train station. You're the first temporary thing to unlock shit. Gonna get some unlocks going on. Transport. Bring me to concrete, please. Ooh. It looks like I just need to be just up the back there to build my stuff to unlock my first things. Turn off self-driving, please. Okay, now, where's the stuff I'm after? Oh god, everything shows on the map. That's fine. I want that SAM, that iron, and that coal from right there, which it looks like I already ran power almost all the way out there because of the limestone. Huge. Or I'm using using limestone for? I guess concrete? Yeah, concrete, idiot. Limestone and water. Okay, so this whole thing just needs to be a temporary base, and we do not need a lot of shit here. We're gonna need a drone port to bring in the quartz. That'll come in from a drone instead, so we won't be building either of those machines. In fact, let's just do that. They're going to come out of a storage container that is full. Fantastic. And so all we need is coal, even just 600 of it to make enough time crystals. And we need fixonium, which, if I'm going to use a normal SAM node, I'd like to at least use as much of it as possible. Perfect. So in tonight's local junior ice hockey game, there were so many penalties on the away team. The coach crashed out through his clipboard out of the ice. What the fuck? What the fuck? Perfect. 6 of them into 6 of those. Tiny bit underclock, tiny bit overclock, and 3 of those into 3. Whoop, into 3 of those. All right. Perfect. All right, that's what we're gonna make. I mean, there's plenty of coal here. Cool. That's what we're gonna make. Yeah, it's just a temporary base. It doesn't need to be big nor flashy. Although I will need power. Let's just have a quick look around. There's really not very many machines. But as far as I'm concerned, there's also no real reason to destroy more wildlife. Like there's just no reason to. There you go, buddy. Sand comes from over there, just behind the limestone. Coal comes from there. Iron comes from there. Fantastic. Blueprints. Odds and ends. That should be enough room, probably. Maybe not. We'll see. Let's go grab our power from over here and run it straight into the base. I'm gonna go ahead and not go down there. I can see that I already have. Let's put on our floaties. Here, over to here, here, up to, that'll do it. And we have power in our floating skybase. Okay, first things first, where's our SAM? Says it's that way. Is it going to be at the top awkwardly? Like really annoyingly? Who knows? That doesn't look like SAM, and neither does that, and neither does that. Awkwardly at the top or underneath the in a cave? It's going to be one of those two for sure. Awkwardly at the top or underneath in a cave? Awkwardly at the top. It's a pure SAM node too. Production, MK3 miner, slap it down. Fully overclock, you bring more than I can possibly use. So, again, encountering the belt problem. We'll say 600 per minute. Since I'm only going to use 520 in the current system anyway. That'll do it. Can I just get rid of this one right here? Oh, you can't get rid of any of them. They're not destroyable. Tell you what. Be like that, I guess. Look at all that SAM. Easy. Boom. And we have Sam. All right. So we need Sam and iron, and that's it to make that. Okay, cool. Sam gets made in some constructors. Honestly, there's only 3 of them. We're just gonna make them by hand. There's absolutely no need for a blueprint here. One, two, three. Come straight off a splitter. And all of you are gonna make just reanimated Sam. Is all that is? Yep. Reanimated Sam at 130 divided by 3. Cool. Copy. Paste. Paste. Done. Which means we now need, first of all, I don't even know if I need more room than that. Well, probably. Just throw one more on. Just throw one more on for good measure. Okay, now the iron, of which there's actually a ton. They're all impure everywhere though, and I do need 780 of it. So we're going to be doing a little bit of combining, I think. Oh, is the iron on this side all the way down there? No. No, it's not. It's just over here. Hi, friend. Quickly throw down. Oh, absolutely fuck off. I really should have gotten around to automating those at some point. Although to be fair, this is only the 4th time I've ever made them. That I've ever like stopped to make them. They just, they don't take a lot. But we'll make like 50. And then not have to worry about it for a little bit again. Honestly, even that seems like it's going to take too long. 25 will do. Well, it looks like we don't have 780, we have 600. So be it, I guess. Automate it. Just looks and crafters straight to the cloud. You don't even need to automate. So many crafter and straight to the cloud. Oh, you're right. Hold on. Don't even automate it once. Just fucking lay down a temporary solution. It'll take 3 minutes. It'll sloop them so it doubles them, and just delete the boxes when I'm done. What? It's just an assembler, wouldn't it? Whatever, that'll do. Steel pipe, iron plate. Good call, actually. Good call. Why am I making these manually every time when I could just do this once? Whoop. There you go. What was it? Steel pipe and iron plate, equal amounts. So just go sort. Steel pipe, there's 1,000. Do I need 1,000? How many do you make? I mean, it's 4 to 1. That'll make 250. Sure. Steel pipe, iron plate. I mean, that's literally it. That's actually quicker than crafting the like 20 that I wanted. That's a great idea. Why didn't I do that earlier? There you go. You go ahead and make some of those for me so that I don't have to worry about it for a really long time. And you throw them in there, please. And when that's done, I'll just fucking delete it. Great idea. Great idea. this is all also temporary. We're doing some temporary bullshit. That's fine, right? Boop. I just want my unlocks. So now you need nine regular smelters. Nine's a lot. Can we make it 8? We can. Perfect. Boop. And you're all just gonna make not aluminium, you're just gonna make iron ingots at 250%. That's it. Which means you're gonna take 75 a minute, which means Mark 1 belts won't do the trick. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Okay, so you'll all go fine. That'll only be 600. That line will only be 100. So that'll be fine. We'll just put a merger right there. Ta-da. And you're all gonna go into two. You're gonna go into two of this new building I've never made before, called a converter. Well, those are rather spacious. Cool. What you're going to make: fixed ingots out of iron. Cool. You're going to make fixed ingots out of iron at a rate of 25 divided by 2. 125%. Which means grab a splitter, put it there, go like let's put you on the top level. I just realized you have to go on the top level. Do I even need to do that? No. Splitter literally there. There you go. Half into that machine, half into that machine. And then you're going to come off this one, which comes out the wrong side, but this is a very temporary bullshit, so I don't care. This is a waste of these resources if it were permanent, and also ugly. Too ugly to be permanent. Alright, that should provide all of those that I need. Which for now, we'll go double box, dimensional depot. Not even going to bother merging them, they can just do that. And that will be our some Fisket ingots. Not a lot, but some. Not a lot, but some. Yo, this thing's still making them over here. Yo, how long are you gonna take, my dude? I guess you do only take 10 a minute. That's all right. Okay, next. The next thing is just literally 6 more of these. Which direction is our coal? Oh, it's literally here. Somewhere down there. Right there. Fantastic. So we're just going to take coal and quartz and turn them into diamonds, to then turn them into time crystals. So we need a little bit more. So I need 12 more of these machines. Let's say facing this way, because why not? Yeah, why not? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh. Oh, you require SAM fluctuators, and apparently I'm making them quite slowly. Science and Math Geek, thank you for the 11-month sub. Okay, you guys are supposed to make, not time crystal, diamonds. Uh-oh. Pink diamonds alternate recipe. Pink diamonds. Select. We made most of this game I just wanted to play. Apparently there's a mod for this that can make it third person. If you like, if that's a problem for you and you wanted to play it yourself, there is apparently a mod that does exactly that. Alright, so 6 of you. That lead directly into 6 more. That only have a single output, single input. So there's literally no reason to group them and split them again, because you're going to use the same amount of stuff. Damn it. I need 200 more SAM fluctuators. Annoying. I'll come up and finish that in a moment. Let's go get our let's grab one of them, put it there, grab one of them, put it fucking wherever it'll fit, grab one of them, come down further. Cool. I did this whole thing on 780. So but it's one of the best. First of all, they've done. No Man's Sky is a really good base builder. No Man's Sky is a base builder? I didn't think that's what that was. Whatever. Okay, so you're doing 480, 4, 5, 6, 7, so I need 300 more from you. Just gonna set it to 310. That's technically more than a belt can take. Possibly. And then I'm just gonna quickly place that as a one of them, I think. Right, and then this is the next trick. Hold. They promised and dumped down as crazy, because I briefly tried No Man's Sky when it first came out and was like, oh, it's trash. I see. This is garbage. I was like, never mind. Cool. That'll do right there then. That'll float in the air. Right, and then we'll put a square hole right in the middle, and then we drop down here and we put a lift facing, yeah, some way, that way I guess, right in the middle, and then we just look up in the air and we point it at that square hole. Perfect. Okay. You do that again, the same thing, but this time do it around the right way. So that you can grab all that Bring it straight up here. Now, where do I actually want you to come up? Whoa, 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 whoa. How dare you? Is it literally just coal? No, it's coal and quartz that go in here. So, I would like it more if the coal came from downstairs. Okay. All right, bud. Relax. Okay. Straight into a splitter. Half of you goes to that one. Half of you goes to that one. This one goes to 1, 2, 3. This one goes to 1. Not like that. How dare you? This one goes to 1, 2, 3. Choice. Bomber McPhee. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. I was happy replaying old games. Ended up putting 200 hours into it so far. Thanks to nothing. That's hilarious. I'm not even sorry a little bit. In theory, you just have to put fuel in at once because it'll get fuel from where it's going. Now it gets a drone. Okay. And since we've got enough, we can just build our extra 2 of them. Cool. Now let's get some power up here. Temp base 4 unlocks. This port, go to get quartz. Get quartz. Come to back to this base. Okay, well, now that you're getting all the quartz I need, is going to be how much? Hopefully, you're getting all of the quartz I need. Only 45 per machine. And you're going to spit out only 15 diamonds a machine each, which are going to come straight out of there and go into there, 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 straight out of there and go into there. And you guys are going to make time crystals. And you're going to make them at 135.4167. 135.4167%. Copy. Damn it. I hit paste. Oh wait, apparently I hit copy and paste really quickly. Paste, paste, post, paste, paste. And you guys are all going to put out 8 time crystals a minute. And what are the time crystals going to do? Because this is a bullshit temporary base, which is just the things I need for my pocket. You're going to go in there. 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 And then I'm going to take a double box. I'm going to put it right there. I'm going to take a dimensional depot. And we're going to put it right there. Right? Then you're going to go in there. And you're going to go in there. Damn. Really? There you go. That'll do. Ta-da! Now, power. Power A. You'll need power over there, and you'll need to bring power over to these machines, where you two also need power. And then you'll bring power out the back, which should, well, hopefully, have some quartz in it pretty soon. Yo, where's my quartz? Small problem. He's already brought quartz. He's already brought it once. Slight issue. I didn't actually hook up the belt to the thing. I was like, surely the first run of quartz will be here by now. It is. It is. Oops. 2 minutes per trip. Yeah, it's fine. Nearly 3 minutes per trip, but that doesn't matter. It'll be fine. Right, so you're all hooked up to power. Well, not yet. You're all hooked up to power. You're all hooked up to power. I mean, not yet, but you will be in just a second. I just want to turn the whole floor on at once. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's it. That is my temporary base setup. It should get me every unlock I need. Just plug those in right now. We have begun making diamonds. And now we have begun making time crystals. Oh. Yo, I've done a stupid. You can all hold on to your time crystals for a moment. It's actually 3 machines per merge. There's 6 of these, not 4. I can't count apparently. Well, those are some very cool looking machines. I'm not gonna lie. And this section's not done making miners yet? Wow. Still, that's gonna be more miners than I need for a very long time. That should. So those should already be. I was gonna say those should already be going into my depot, but they're actually just sitting right there because I didn't do that bit or this bit. There you go. Okay, why are you guys not on? Something's wrong over here. No power? Oh. There we go. I was like, why are these not running? Why are you not running? It somehow wasn't plugged in? Huh? one of the things is missing. It wasn't that they weren't plugged in, it's that in the blueprint one of those power numbers is missing. Don't know how I missed that, but there we go. Yeah, we've made some things. And now time crystals are entering my depot. And is that not what that's called? What is that called? Oh, like it's spelled like that. Excite ingots. Materials into other materials. I have seen the recipes to do so, yes. Whoa. That's a cool effect. It sort of like warps the space you're looking through. Yo, that's cool. I like that. Is this the shit you use to build the belts? I feel like this is the shit you use to build the belts. Like, I feel like maybe I should have made more of this than that. Although, I could, honestly, they shouldn't need it. All right, as long as we come back over here and we're not running out of quartz, which I don't think we will. No, that's gonna be fine. And where is my drone dude? He's flying down here. Yo, where is my drone? Yo, drone, my dude, where are you? I mean, you're coming down here, I think. And then flying back. But like, where are you? One of these hide actual drones? Not drone ports. Actual drones? Oh, whatever. He's here. And he's here before it's even half empty. Okay, we're good. I'm out of here. Chuck on the jetpack again and head in the direction of our nearest train, which I believe is the concrete station. Yep, it's right there. Not even far. And let's go, hopefully, hand this first thing in. Transport. That's right. Train. Slow the train down. Wait just a moment to grab out another 1,000 plate because apparently it needs 10,000 iron plate. The sheets are a little slower, but we only need 5,000 of them, so that's fine. Go to New Mega Messy. Thank you. We're gonna unlock our belts. Right, more sheets. Oh Jesus, those are slower than I was hoping. I guess I am only making like 15 of these a minute for my pocket. That was this is not a lot. Okay, let's see what we've made so far. Should already be enough. Time crystals. Boom. And then... Okay, those are a little bit slower. I think they're coming in. We're nearly there. Those are a little bit slower, but they are coming. Boom. 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 Oh no. These are only the ingots. Oh, I made a horrible mistake. I need to turn the ingots into the next thing. Oh, whoops. I'm actually not done. Nope. I'm good, thanks. I think that might be a bot. I thought I was done. I was wrong. Whoops. That's fine. You know what's worse than that? I thought I was done, but it's in my spreadsheet as there's one more stage here. Like it's in my thing, like. Okay. Well, let me go ahead and do that. Can't create it today, right? It's like, I don't think so, bud. I don't think that that's the way. I got too excited about my belts and I left with just without putting them into constructors. That's very silly of me. Okay, my bad. So these ones, we'll just do ingots. Well, I don't actually want just ingots. It's not a real thing. Although I may want those ingots later. But what I actually want is constructors. Specifically, 2 of them. And I want you guys to make that. And I want you to make it at 125%. Copy, paste. Grab one of these. Doink it to the front. Okay, this time it'll be correct. All right. There we go. Now I'm making the things I actually want. Oops. Cool. How many of those have I already made now? A full 250 in my thing. Plus, there's one in there. Plus, there's like a little bit more left in these boxes, although not much. We're just gonna go ahead and take my sloops back so that I remember and those out, and you can just like slowly build the rest of that. You can just stay. Let's get a good run up. Ta-da! So late. Okay, now we can go home and unlock our new belts. New belts. Turn off self-driving. Hello. Okay, how about now? Still need a little more of that. Still need a little more of that. But now I need these. More iron plates, please. God damn. 10,000 iron plates is just excessive. like like it's what is held in your dimensional depot at max stacks literally just 10 times. Which is crazy. Okay, just gonna wait for that to become 1,000 again. Wherever the fuck it is I'm making iron plates. No idea where they're coming from. Probably somewhere in those first starter bases. Somewhere in there. Boom. Peak efficiency. Ready to launch.
Milestone reached. After close scrutiny, 2 problems were identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead, to maximize transfer speeds. The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for this severe impediment. Yet.
What? That sounded like a threat. That sounded an awful lot like a threat. Well, whatever. Turbo motors, supercomputers, time crystals. I can do the next thing already. Turbo motors. Oh, no, I can't. Yo. Where am I making turbo motors? I need to go fucking steal some turbo. No, I'm supposed to be stealing turbo motors. Didn't I sort that? Those are radio control units. Okay, where the fuck am I making turbo motors? Here? Oh, that's a cooling system. That's a turbo motor. Down here, I am making no turbo motors per minute. Okay, well, I'm going to need some of those. So, is that the only place I'm making turbo motors? It can't be. No, I'm making them right here. I'm making turbo motors right here. Am I not? One of these up here is making turbo motors. Those are radio control units again. I keep getting them mixed up. Okay, well then where am I making turbo motors? I'm surely past is not the only place I'm making turbo motors. Wait, am I even making? Where am I making turbo motors? Automate power shards. I have no idea. The turbo motors are used to make thermal propulsion rockets. Okay. So I must be making them here. Oh, the sloops are in the cooling systems. Right there. Why though? Was there sloops in my cooling systems so that I would get them for my pocket? I think they were. Okay, so I think I need to go over there and just do the same thing, because I'm pretty sure that's the only place I'm making turbo motors, and I'm just gonna have to fucking sloop them and send those to my pocket for now. Right? It's like my only real option. Yeah, unfortunately I didn't think to like make sure I had some of those in my pocket, and I can't really, like, they need too many things, so it would just take too much to edit this base into making enough to go to my pocket as well, unless I just sloop them. If I sloop them, I'll get 2.25 a minute into my pocket, which I guess I'll have to do. Turn off self-driving. And now, unfortunately, in this gigantic fucking base, I have to find where my turbo motors are. So, my thought is we just work backwards from the finished product. Since we know what product they're in, thermal propulsion rockets, I'll just follow it back. And I'm pretty sure thermal propulsion rockets are on this side. They are. Which means they're also going to the sink right now. So I could yoink those turbo motors I need right now. How many do I need? 200? 100? Nope. Okay. So they're clearly the one I'm making very little of. That's unnecessary. Any more? Let's yoink all those. 50%, 50%, and 50%. Okay. Which is, that's perfect. That's fine. It had sloops in, so now they're gonna get sloops in. Now, unfortunately, I can't really up their production because they will be pretty heavily limited by radio control units, although it doesn't really help. They're really full. They just don't have more radio control units on the belt. Oh God. Right. Radio control units are coming from the train. I don't know which one. It'll be one that's empty. It won't be that one. Not there. Yeah, there's no way for me to know until the train shows up. All right, we're not going to do that. But we have slooped the output. So we just need to split the output now and send it to half of it to a depot. Right, so where do you go? Meow. That's you right there. One splitter, please. One depot, please. Dimensional uploader. You're going to take half of everything that's offered. Better yet, why don't you take 100% of everything that's offered? Just for like a little bit. Not for long, but just for like a little bit. Right, because I can put 100 turbo motors in here. How many do I need? I only need 200. So I only need to wait for 100 turbo motors. Honestly, that's not going to be that bad. And I need to make a coffee anyway. So let's just give that a moment and then we'll let it return to production. I'll be back in a moment. And we're back. And that's enough turbo motors for me to finish my thing. Although, it would be great if I had more than that. So, let's do the thing we did before. So we just make a fucking box. Box first. And then a dimensional depot. Right. And then we change our note right here. Right here. How do we change that? Loops are in turbo motors. There we go. So that's enough for us to complete the thing we want. So let's reconnect that. The sloops stay. And that way, the machine now gets the entire machine now gets the other half. And since the sloops doubled them, half of them will go into my stash, right? Yep. Cool. Fantastic. Where are you going next? New Mega Messy. Fantastic. I'll just hitch a ride right here. I thought you might be. And we've got enough for our next completion. just jump out here. There's no need for me to go with you all that way. Boom. Okay, so supercomputers. Or okay, there'll be 200 supercomputers. I'll need a little bit more of those. The turbo motors we need 200 of as well. I need the fixate tragons. And I need the time crystals. So we just need another 200 supercomputers, which are loading up. That's fine. Boom, boom. Oh, that's the 100, idiot. Boom. Supercomputers, time crystals, biscuit dragons. Boom.
Milestone reached. This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fixit was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced. Like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
Okay, Ada. Jesus. Okay, so that gave me the ability to make a superposition oscillator. The superposition oscillator is what gets me this unlock. Everything else I have made already. So, two things. One, start your fucking research, buddy. Two, superposition oscillator. Oh lord, okay. You require a lot of stuff that I don't know anything about yet. And it's used in the AI expansion server, which uses magnetic field generators. Luckily I'm making some of those. Okay. Alright, so that's not an easy pickup. That's not like a free one. Is there anyone else that's free? Neural quantum processor? Well, I'm making those. Well, I have them. I'm making them and I'm making them, and you just need excited photonic matter, which is made from nothing. Which is made from nothing? Okay. Really? Isn't a meme yet? Nope. Oh, so you literally don't have an input. Okay. Well, I can't like... I can't like fully like automate this process into like a proper building block. But what I can do is the cheap and nasty like, yo, just give me some for right now thing. I can do that, no problem. I can throw together enough to get the unlock, which feels like the right move to do again. Right? Give me, I don't know, 4 squares. Don't even think I need that much room. I might need a little bit more. Okay, you already have the pasta. Yeah. Neural quantum processor. Okay, so what do I need for this? Hold on. Neural quantum processor. Right, so those can come out of my inventory. Those can come out of my inventory. Those can come out of my inventory. Excited photonic matter comes out of this thing. You have a byproduct I have to deal with, which is, I mean, that'd be real nice if I had it, because then I could just immediately deal with that and box that for, I'm sure I'll need it later. And we won't worry about the AI expansion server or anything yet. We'll just make enough to get our unlock again. This one, which is going to take, I won't take anything right now because it is full, but that's fine. So let's just bang that out real quick. So 3 things are going to come from boxes. This is just another get me my unlock. They're going to go into another new building that I've never built before called a quantum encoder. Yo, that's fucking cool. Alright, quantum encoder. I mean, you're fucking massive. You're massive. You're girthy. Okay. You use anything from 0 to 2,000 megawatts an hour just for the one machine. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's real. I guess I'll put this here facing like this way. You can all get deleted in a moment. Gonna make excited platonic matter. Let's say, since it's only temporary, let's say we're just gonna build you up to 200%. That way it's all pretty easy numbers to deal with. Yeah, fuck it, 250. No, 200. It's all very easy. Excited photonic matter? Sure. And you unfortunately have a byproduct of dark matter residue that I need to get rid of, apparently in a particle accelerator. Which would need crystals and dark matter residue. So you're outputting 150. You need 150 at default. Fantastic. Alright, so you're gonna go into there. You're gonna come out of there. A quick storage container is gonna go down. Alright, cool. That'll fix that. Okay, now how many of these do we need? So we make 3 for every 5 time crystals. I need 100. So let's just say we're gonna make, I don't know, 150. Just say I'm gonna make 150. Ah, fuck, man, math. Hold on. Maybe this thing can just tell me. Okay, but like, you're all full though. And you're full. So tell me how many, let's say, parts per minute. Let's say, I don't know, fucking 10. Actually, let's just say the total amount of parts instead of parts per minute. Let's say I want to make 200 total. Right? It'll just tell me how much I need, not how much I need per minute. It'll just tell me how much I need total. Which is a pretty decent amount. I only need 100 for the unlock. So let's get down to 100. So 100 supercomputers, 500 of them, 1500 of them. This will get generated. These will get boxed. They're just a byproduct. It doesn't matter. I don't know what I'm going to use those for, but I'm sure I'll use them for something. Which leaves the only thing left to unlock this thing. After this, which requires, hey, some of those. Yo, I've actually got all the rest of these as long as I make enough dark matter crystals which are the byproduct I'm getting out of this. Okay. So you need 6 of these to make one of them. And how many of them do I need? 100. So I would need 600 of these motherfuckers to come out as a byproduct of this. So that'll be what, 250 should make just over 600. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna try and make 300 of this. We need 100 for the unlock, but then I actually actively want the byproduct. Unfortunately, I don't really have any of these alt recipes right now. But that's okay. That can run until it finishes, right? It's not going to be a huge problem. So that'll just be the total. It'll make everything I need. And then it'll run out. We'll deal with you in just a second. I wanted to clean. Pretty sure time crystals come out in stacks of 100 anyway. Okay, so you will need 300 supercomputers. 100, 200, 300 supercomputers. You will need 1,500 time crystals. There's 1,100. Hopefully there's plenty in that box. And we just wait a second and we'll have another few hundred there. Well, there's 1,100 in my inventory here. So I need another 400 time crystals still. And these ones need 4,500 fix-it dragons. There's 1,000. The king of temporary setups to just get the unlock and move along. That's a fine strat, right? Is just to box some shit on a little temporary platform and just like have it do the unlock. That's fine, right? And like you move on to making a permanent base after. I know those are done, so supercomputers are fine. But if I want to be able to count these, I need them not to go on the belt. Yo, those are not coming in fast. Okay, let's deal over here as well. Oh, you're going to need diamonds. It'd be way better if I had the other one, right? Which I might have just unlocked. I've been scanning hard drives. I mean, use 10. becomes 1. Oh, that is 5. It becomes 2. That might actually be way better. Dark matter trap into a box. That means I don't need 300 of these, although I will need more time crystals. But I'll need significantly less up here. Like maybe 150 instead of 300. Cool. So that's the same amount of time crystals, but I'm splitting them in half. It's now going to make, wow, significantly more of these. I'll just have a little extra on that. Also need significantly less of those. Okay, that's good. That's better. Let's do it that way. Select. Okay, so out of you, you're just gonna go. Now gonna make quite a few of them, but we're also gonna use quite a few of them, so that's fine. Gonna build an MK6 belt just because I want to see what it looks like. That is bright and fucking cool. Holy. That is quite bright though. Unnecessarily bright is what that is. Okay, how many of these do we need in here? 750 only? So I mean there's 800 already, so I can actually pull a stack of them out, right? And that's another 800, which is again slightly more than I need, which can go in here. So those are done. And those are done. Which means the only thing I need is more of this, which needs 2,250. Let's get Trigon. Fix it, Trigon. So there's another 1,000. So now I need 250. I mean, there's 92. I just need another, however the hell much is after that. I don't know math, but that's enough. I do know that that's enough. Wait, is it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 1,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2,000. Then I need 250. Okay, so a little bit more. There's 270. That's more than enough. So you're making dark matter residue. You're consuming, sorry, excited protonic matter. You need 150 a minute. So there you go. You're going to output 150 a minute dark matter residue, and you're going to take 150 a minute dark matter residue with some time crystals. And all of that is going to end up with you creating the thing I actually want. So we also need the box here with the depot on it. And you're only doing 6 a minute of those, so that shouldn't be an issue. All right, I think that's all ready to power on, and that will bring me to the next completion automatically over some time. And then it'll all turn itself off because it's running off boxes, which is fine by me. You go have some power. Now this cool machine I've not seen before. This is a quantum encoder. So did you stop? Oh. That's quite a light pillar. That's cool. That's a lot of very cool flashing light. I don't know which one of those two machines is cooler, but they're both very cool. Also, whatever that is really cool. Dark matter residue. That looks sick. Excited photonic matter also looks sick. This bit gets me. This is just what, made out of fucking power? There's no input here. it's just making its thing out of the air, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's just vibe coding. I guess. There's 6 per minute and I need 100 of them. So that'll be 45 minutes or something before I come back and grab them, but that's fine. New belt looks amazing. So now it's time to pick whatever. Is it 15 minutes? Whatever. Now it's time to figure out what the fuck my new base is going to be. So the next thing that I have to make will be elevator parts, specifically the one that requires nuclear pasta, which I think is this one. No, it needs way too much stuff I don't have access to. Okay, what about you? No. What about you? I mean, that's actually not hard for me to make really at all. This can be made out of anything. And Sam. And I already have these. So that's the hard part. But I'm already making them? I don't remember how many I'm making of these. It should be in here. It's that one. I'm making 4.5 of them a minute. That's fine, right? Okay, so you have 4.5 of them a minute coming from on a train. I can go fucking drone it or whatever, it doesn't matter. Which means I could make 18 of these. And all I would need is a little bit of biscuit, which can come from either aluminum ingots, probably not, Caterium, also pretty rough, or iron. There's a shitload of that, but I also need a shitload of that, so I don't know which one of those is the most efficient, but it can come from any of them. And Sam. There's a bit of all three. I only need 360 of it, like total, for this entire plant of like this is just how much I have. It'll only make 18 a minute and I need 1,000 of them, but so be it, right? Like whatever. And you need a little bit of water. I mean, so that bit's easy as shit. So let's see what else there is. The AI expansion base, right? So one, I would have you coming from magnetic field generators, which I have generated. Let's check again. Magnetic field generators, where are you? I'm making 4.5 a minute? That's not right. I'm making 10 a minute. Why do you think I'm making 4.5? I don't know. I'm making 10 a minute. I have 10 a minute of those. So if I click this and I go parts per minute, 10. Right? So I assume there's nothing else you go into. No. So I might as well use all of them for that. Okay, which means this comes from nothing. It comes from the air again. We don't need those. They're magic. That's fine. And this is gonna have to be something. I mean, this is like, presuming that I get it, it is the easiest thing to do. Is just use that and not have not have the need for another resource, and it'll just spit out some of these. You're just like using it up, right? Like that's all. What is this? Dark matter residue? Wait. That's the same. They're both spitting out excess dark matter residue. Sure. Sure. Okay, where we'd have to make time crystals, which we can make any way we like. We gotta make supercomputers. I'm making like a little bit of supercomputers here, but not in a good way and not reliably, and they turn themselves on and off all the time. Is this path of building was satisfactory? It is. And these are the two things that keep popping up as me not having made enough of, and not having any for my pocket and needing it all the time. And I'm gonna need more of both of those things. So I guess I'm gonna have to do that. But you're gonna want more of them. It's fine, I'll work out how they go later. And another excited platonic. So you come from down here. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna have to separate these a little bit more because I need to keep an eye on what the fuck is happening, right? So we'll figure out where these come from when we're looking at the map. I couldn't make stuff pretty and efficient. What you get when you get better at blueprinting, that's when it really starts to like work out, right? So there's definitely going to be a new train at space 3 where my old base was, right? And it's going to bring my elevator parts. And it's just going to be a train that's dedicated to pick up the completed units from my previous base and bring them to me. That's it. Okay, so we're going to move this stuff right up the back here, because I assume I'm going to need it for everything. It may end up being a mix. I might have to use several different nodes and Sam, and I might have to bring Sam in from multiple places. I don't actually know. Okay, so third, we need superposition oscillators. You also have a byproduct of dark matter residue, but you need the dark matter crystals. Oh, which just suddenly breaks the whole system. Clear connection. Okay, this is what you do when you do that. You go into a storage container, and then you come out of a storage container. Right? And and it doesn't break the whole system. And what it does is it tells you your overall. So like right now I'm positive 6 a minute. I'm using some over here. Okay, oscillators. Well, I don't know which one of them is going to be easier. This is just going to get delivered to me. So out of a storage container, please. This is excited platonic matter again, which is going to come from there. So I am going to need to make some of them somehow. So we'll just leave both of those options up for a moment until we see what else we need to make. Okay, third up is this thing, which technically I can't make yet because I don't have access to this, but I will because I'm going to make it in here. So this is our first thing, which we are making 5 of, I'm pretty sure. It only wants to use 3.6 right now. That's fine. Aha! And this is where we use our nuclear pasta to make singularity cells. Now, I'm pretty sure that when we get to this stage, we actually use all of our nuclear pasta to make singularity cells. Because I think that's literally the only thing that it makes other than being used for the elevator. So we use all of it, which right now, parts per minute right now is 7.5. That's what I'm making. That's the title, idiot. 7.5. Okay, well, you don't want to make more of that apparently. Okay, so you want more of this thing? Superposition oscillators. Boom. You also want more dark matter crystals, which are here. So we're not making enough dark matter crystals, I can tell you that much. This loop is not making its own enough dark matter crystals. Because you also need dark matter crystals. So we're going to have to increase production on that. Iron plates are just fucking free. I'll make whatever we need out of that. And concrete is just free. That's fine. Okay, so we will need a better dark matter crystal recipe than that. I'm not sure which is the output on I didn't know that because I've never tried to, but I mean, I'm sure that's helpful. That sounds useful. So you're only going to use half of them, but you are going to use all of those to make a lot of this. And why don't you go to using more of that? You've got more of these. Parts per minute 5, you're only using 3.6. Use more. Just use more. Okay. Why won't you use more? Is it this? Is this the problem? Am I being limited by this thing? Let's say... Okay, so if I wanted to use diamonds, then 150 dark matter residue would become 300 dark matter crystals. If I used time crystals, then 150 dark matter residue would become 60. Okay, so that is by far the most efficient. Does mean I need time crystals, but that's okay. We can add them in somewhere for now. Time crystals out of diamonds, and diamonds out of... Honestly, we can do fucking anything here. I'm just gonna say coal so that it just... I just don't want it to limit my... Okay, I'm gonna need you to relax. There are other limiting factors in this build. You don't need to use all of it. Okay. That's obviously too much. Minus 50. So we're not going to be making it all out of coal, I can tell you that. Minus 25. Minus 8.5. Okay. So essentially, I'm going to say units. I'm going to say I want to make 300 diamonds. And I'm just going to put them there. We'll work out what resource to use for it when we figure out where the base goes. I just want to make sure you're making enough. Okay. Dark matter residue. Oh, you're not making enough. Where else is there more? There's definitely more. There's dark matter residue. There's dark matter residue. Oh, you already needed diamonds. I see. For time crystals. Fucking... Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, all of this is coming from other places. We don't need to worry about any of that. We don't need to worry about any of this whole mess here. That's... It doesn't matter. This is just telling me where they're coming from and how much I've got. So we're not using most of them, which is odd. So like I've got 5 of these. I have it on parts per minute 5, but it's only using 3.6. Excuse me, 3.6. Why? Like, why not make more? Like, let's go parts per minute 5. I'd like to make 5. Why can't you do that? Shouldn't you just up the needed requirements elsewhere? Same as pasta. I've got 7.5 pasta, and you're going to use what, 1.5? No, I want you to make way more singularity cells. Well, there you go. I can make that work. You would use 18, 57 of them would go to the box. So our 7.5 nuclear pasta per minute will turn into fucking, well, essentially they'll turn into 75 singularity cells, but we're going to use 18 of them in the base for a little while, and then they'll all end up here, or I'll just keep sinking those, but I don't need any more fucking sync points. So all right, so our biggest problem is we're still at negative 150 on that. So we literally have to make more. Let's throw this right down here. That is a ton of concrete. You're going to need your own dedicated concrete train, and I'm going to have to expand that concrete base. Which is fine. It's super ready to expand. It just needed MK6 belts to be able to ramp up, which I now have. So that's absolutely fine. So okay, so we've got plenty of that. So much of this is not using it. We'll still have to figure out where that is, but what is our limiting factor here? Why are you not going up to 5? Is it just because of this? Like, if I just said they came out of a box, and that box was full, would you then? No, you still don't let me make more. That's so odd. Why won't you let me make more? What is our limiting thing? I mean, we definitely still need more dark matter crystals though. Dark matter crystals. I mean, that is the most efficient recipe. And we've already got it as a byproduct from these machines, which if they just turned up their productivity, why don't they turn up their productivity? So odd. Okay. So as far as what crosses over, I think this might end up being too big of a base if I try and make it all in one place. And try reconnecting the singularities. Well, I mean, clear. See, the problem is it's telling me it only wants 18. So why is it telling me it only wants 18? I haven't limited that. The limiting factor here should be thermal propulsion rockets, right? Which I have 5 of, and I've told it I have 5, but it's only using 3.6. Well, I want, can you use the rest of that, please? In fact, if I clear all of these, which I'll do right now, it still says I'm only using 3.6 despite having 5. Like, what? Why? Okay. Let's do you again. Boom. It says 3.6 right off the bat. Right off the bat, it says 3.6. Which is like, why? I literally want you to make 5. Parts per minute. 5. There we go. Separate it from the space elevator, and now it'll just let me. Okay. So those come from up here where I have 5. Fantastic. Okay. You just gotta separate it, so you can't have anything linked to the space elevator, I guess. So we can walk backwards. But you're gonna take 25, which leaves us with 50 singularity cells per minute going to the storage depot, and then eventually into the sink. That's fine. So now I need you going to here, because that's what you're making, and I need this coming out of there, which is a lot of those. So we're down in the whole system, we're down 200 dark matter crystals. So that will be a problem to solve. This comes in, this will not be an issue. Same here. Clear that connection. Now you're using ballistic warp drives, and you actually have 10, not 6. So what if I tell you parts per minute, and I tell you to use all of what I have made? You refuse. You refuse to use all of what I have made. Okay. Okay, sure. Refuse all you like. AI expansion server. Boop. Parts per minute. Not machines, parts per minute. I would like you to make 10. There, have it never connected. Have it never ever connected, and then it's fine. Apparently. It goes down to 7.5 just by putting it in here. Because it is maxed out my... Well, it hasn't though. Oh. Oh. I don't. I don't need you to make that fucking many though. That's insane. I want that to be one of the limiting factors. I want you to tell me how much of that I need, not the other way around. Right, hang on. I gotta visit the bathroom real quick. I will be back in a moment, and you're right, this is not PoE. We will not see PoE here again until PoE 1's league launch. Right, Adeline, be back in a moment. finished. I'm not caught up on the VODs. Yes. Yes, and it looks beautiful. And it looks like we've also completed this thing. Huge. Where's my power? Hang on. This is our power currently. So we've done the thing. We essentially doubled our power capacity. And just today, we already had that one. So we've done quantum encoding and peak efficiency, and I'm about to do this one right here to get my Mark III miner. That's what this little bullshit temporary thing was from. I'm making everything I needed, but I had to like just put stuff together out of boxes because I just wanted the unlock. Like it's not a permanent thing, right? So what are these again? I remember what they're called. Well, here they are. So we need 100 of them. We need 500 of these. Oh, that's 600. Right, they come out in stacks of 2. Fantastic. We need some time crystals also. Whatever. We need some fused modular frames. 500. Holy. I'll have to give that a second to refill. We definitely have an extra 250 sitting in a box somewhere. I didn't expect to go through them at such a rate. Oh my god, maybe we don't have the full amount of fused modular frames. That's awkward. Are they going up at all? What, they take like a minute each, so we'll just check real quick and see if they're going up at all. Okay, so there is an excess of fused modular frames somewhere, making it into a box somewhere. So I guess we can just come back later. Holy balls. That is so slow. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. I'm gonna run over here real quick and I'm gonna steal some fused modular frames real quick because we're making some just over here. All the pink door looking things, don't worry about it. don't ask questions. They're fucking hideous. Yoink! Those are mine actually. I don't know where they're going, I can't remember, but I know they're getting used. And now they're getting used by me. Thanks, buddy. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do it this way. What's the best way to do this? Good old temporary dimensional depot. Okay. A box I have no intention of using. With a dimensional depot I do have an intention of using on top of it. There we go. Now we just fucking... Because we don't want to break whatever this is. We just sloop them both. They end up making 5 a minute to go into the depot. Which is, you know, not a lot. I mean, I can't imagine that wherever they're going is really important, right? Like, what if I just take them all? What if I just take them all? Then it's 10 a minute, right? A minute, we need 25. It's literally just 25 minutes. And that's fine because we'll work on this bullshit over here. Trying to figure out how to build this whole next base for a little bit. Still, okay. This is obviously not the way. So what if I like delete those, right? And I delete that, and we just say crystals come from diamonds, diamonds come from a storage box. Storage box is full. Why won't you take them? Will you take diamonds from a storage container? No. Why not? Right, so there's only one way to make time crystals. But there are plenty of ways to make diamonds. I need 250. It just wants to make an infinite amount. Buddy, I just want you to make the amount you need for the base. Why are you doing this to me? There. There. Okay, so right now this whole base is not using aluminum, which is a little bit interesting. There's one item using aluminum, and it's this, and it is the only one that exists. Okay. Yeah, I need 250 of them. Also, by the way, that's all my power that I made. This base is gonna use all my power. I haven't even overclocked machines yet. Crazy, actually. That's crazy, actually. I just doubled the power from the whole game. The next thing I build uses all of it. The fuck? I'm not even done. So we're definitely gonna need more. Let's not put you in a space elevator because that broke everything. So let's put you in a storage container, and we'll just have that go into a storage container, and that's fine. They'll actually go into the space elevator, but let's not tell it that, because apparently that breaks fucking everything except this one, which worked perfectly fine somehow. Okay, so we're actually going to cut a little bit down just to say. Right, we're going to say we've got 4 of those and 4 of these. And we're going to say we've only got 8 of them. I'm just going to cut them down a little bit, right? Just to bring everything down a little bit in power. It's okay to make slightly less. Like, I'm still gonna make 4 of them a minute, which is insane. We only need 200, right? That's plenty. Plenty. In fact, that's all still way over the top. That's actually all still way over the top. Let's cut that down to 3 and that down to 3. And this one down to 6. Which will give us 12 of that, 6 of that, and 3 of that. Okay, that's a little bit better. So we're gonna have 12 of that, which we need 1,000 of. 3 of the rocket thing, which we only need 200 of. And 6 of the AI expansion server, which we only need 250 of. Of the AI expansion server that we only need 250 of. Okay, that puts us at a much more reasonable max use of 65. This is before overclocking, so it'll probably end up at 75 or something by the time I'm done. 75 or 80, but I've only got 100, so I don't want to use 100, and I don't want to have to make more power. I'm still not done. There's still like this whole section, but I also still have an alien augmenter that I can use, so that's fine. So we need 750 sheets. So we're definitely going to make that. A different way. But we'll see. I mean, that's still only one iron node, right? If it's a perfect, it's still just one iron node that you don't even need to run fully. So like that feels fine actually. We'll probably almost certainly have to make diamonds multiple ways. That's nitrogen gas again, which is a pretty limiting factor. We're still gonna have to build all these, so that's fine. I think this is the easiest part because as long as I'm near Sam, I can make it out of whatever I have left. Worst case, I ship in aluminum and make it that way. Make quick wire cable. To do that we need quick wire. Should need both Caterium and that, which maybe we don't do that. Maybe we make insulated cable. Uses rubber we're already bringing in. We can make wire out of wire or iron wire. So that's fine. We'll need rubber, rubber, and rubber. Not that much of it yet. Not yet, anyway. Oh, hold on. And rubber there. What other options do I have? I feel like that would be better because we're already making cable, and then you both, yeah, that is better. Just make everything out of that. That is better. We can make adhered iron plates, which comes back to rubber, which is already coming in and is in, like that's free. It's free supply. That's what that is. Iron plate is going to come from over there. Ooh, which now needs more. So let's go with the pure iron. Into one of them. That's fine. Okay, so we actually don't have sheets. What we have is ingots. We have a supply of ingots that can come from a base, but not sheets. Visible sheet, nice. Which is good because this one, which we'll also need to make out of, we'll also need to make, right? Which will be made at the same time as that, which will also come from over here, and that'll also come from down here. And that rubber will also come from up here. And this will also get made here. Jesus Christ. Crystal oscillators. We're already doing them somewhere. Where are they? I definitely need crystal oscillators already. Or did I clear those off? I think I cleared them off. I'm sure I didn't. I'm making them like that. There they are over there. $250 nitrogen gas isn't that bad. It's its own water. Yo, this place is getting messy. Need to get made out of petroleum coke. We don't necessarily want that. But we do have a ton of plastic that we can bring in. Tons of plastic that we can bring in. Which would mean I'd also need... Honestly, steamed copper sheets is not bad. Especially if we bring them from there, which is still not using a lot of copper. We're actually doing fine on that. We're back up to nearly 70,000 used. We're not done yet either. Also, step one is definitely going to be increased production in our new aluminum base, which we can do now that we have belts, but we'll have to figure out that bit. That bit can be figured out last. We figure this bit out last, like where we're going to get these, because they can come from any ore and sand. So as long as I'm anywhere near Sam, they can come from deuterium, aluminium, or iron, whatever I've got left, or a mix of all of them. Doesn't matter. So that's iron, so we don't have a copper node yet. Let's assume it's a 1200er in case we need it for anything else. And of course you're going to have water. And that's not important. That comes for free, right? So we also need to upgrade our concrete production, which we could also do at the drop of a hat. We just needed faster belts. That is a lot of these. I mean, coated's fine. We're already bringing in plastic. That's another 75 plastic. I think what's that? Nothing. Yeah, we're still not even up to a Mark 5 belt of either of these, so that's perfectly fine. Use all the plastic and rubber you want, please. Actually, so if I mean, this is literally the last base. Like this is, it's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot, but it's also gonna finish the game. So we're definitely gonna have to organize some stuff before we do it though. Alright, so our biggest priority will be upgrade the things that don't work that I'm going to need more of because they were belt limited. These were belt limited, so it's hard to take more rubber and plastic, even though I'm making more rubber and plastic than way more than this. Well, I could, but I can't actually get it out because of the belts, so that has to get fixed. This I'm already 30 a minute short on. I actually have negative 30 aluminum ingots, but I can add 1200 more. I just needed faster belts, so we can do that. And I only have about 600 concrete left, but I can easily fucking add another, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 with just Mark 6 belts. So it looks like Mark 6 belts are our savior for all three little side project-y things. So, oh, hello. We're done. Yay. Yeah, we just let that go for a second in, we'll let that go for another minute or two slooped, or another few minutes slooped, so that it can pile up some extras. We take what we actually need, which is 250 fused. We've already got 50, so yeah, there's 250. So we actually want to leave those in a little bit longer while I keep planning my base until this is full again, so that at least it has a little bit extra for if I need more. Honestly, we might actually leave it going for a little while. You never know when something's gonna require it, and to have 0 feels wrong. That is our little temporary solution until your box is full, and then that'll be enough. It's fine. So we just go like this. We do this, we edit. Sloops are in there. And use modular frames at mega messy. Okay, now I know where my sloops are, and I don't have to worry about it for now. Thanks, buddy.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Designer Mark III allows for 20% increased blueprint size in all dimensions, for an overall 71.2% increase in volume. Sadly, I doubt we will see equivalent increases in your efficiency.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it wrong, but I am gonna say that that's fucking rude. I won't say that you're wrong, but that is rude. Okay, can I do the rest of this? Turbo motors? Nope, those are radio control units. Same fluctuators. Right, cool. I can do all of these except the new one that I haven't made yet. So as soon as we get there, we'll just have to get 100 of them back to the hub, and then that's it. That'll be everything from that row unlocked. Yo. Okay. I haven't seen people use that except like once. And it doesn't say anything. I thank you for the super chat thing, but also it doesn't say anything. Zach from MySpace. I actually didn't add a message. Oh, well, that'll be why I didn't say anything. Okay. Sound fluctuators are almost full again. was a very quiet super chat. Fair. Come on. And oh, right, we can't fill those until the pod comes back. That's all right, back to planning. Okay, so it's honestly not that big of a mess right now, right? Like, I mean, I have to like organize it a little bit, but it doesn't look that extreme. So we're gonna spread some shit out a little bit, right? Let's spread some shit out a little bit. So that's going away. That's coming in on a train. That's coming in on a train. In fact, perhaps all the things that are coming in trains go like all the way to the outsides. That's coming in on a train. That's coming in on a train. That's coming in on a train. Right? That's coming in on a train. That's coming in on a train. That's coming in on a train. All right. Now, let's move our earliest production steps, where we're just making raw ore, and even probably the sheets, I think, back into line so I can see what kind of stuff we need for the base. There are actually plenty of ways to make diamonds, so I don't necessarily have to do this. There are other options for diamonds. We're not using coal for anything else, and there's a pretty decent amount of coal around, so I suspect that'll be okay. I suspect I'll be able to find 2,000 coal, but I'm not positive. You also need a very small amount of iron. So if we can find a pure iron node, we'll be able to use the rest of it to make more of the this shit. Right? Iron was one of the options? Yeah. Iron, Caterium, and aluminium are the three options. Cool. Oh, hello. You're not connected. You need another 100 plates. That'll be more iron. We're gonna make steamed things, so you're gonna come back to in line with the rest of the steamed stuff. You are the second, but we're gonna need more of that. Still not a lot of iron though, even with that added in. That is also copper. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm looking at copper, quartz, iron. That can't be it. That's way too little. Oh, here we go. That'll cause some issues. Throw some nitrogen gas in the mix. See if that'll fuck you right up. We also need more quartz for that. Where are you coming out of there? That's a lot of quartz. Is there a better way to make quartz? There is. You can make pure quartz. Still need a lot. Still need a lot if we're gonna do that. But maybe it's reasonable, maybe it isn't. We'll find out. But also, there are plenty of other ways to make diamonds. I don't have to use quartz. I can use limestone and coal. 120 coal to make 15 diamonds. 240 coal to make 20 diamonds. It's a little less efficient with coal. No, a little more efficient with coal. 240 to make 15. Oh, a little more efficient with coal, but he uses limestone. There's also oil-based diamonds, which is honestly not a bad deal if there are oil nodes nearby that I don't need for anything else. It's just straight crude oil into diamonds. 200 into 40. So like a pure node with 600 on it, just the one node, is already 120 diamonds. Power intensive, but we've got that. So there's plenty of options there. So pink diamonds certainly isn't the only option. Okay, so we have one issue left with the base, which is that we're at a net negative of dark matter crystals. Some of the places just create dark matter crystals as part of their like byproducts to get rid of them. Right, we're using a lot, we're going to get rid of a lot of dark matter residue, and to do that you end up with dark matter crystals. But I almost certainly need to make more. So I make this a parts per, hold on. How many more do I need for this? So I need 126, but I'd like to have some for my backpack. So let's say parts per minute. Let's say 150, right? Which is done by 2 machines at 125%. Although, you need more dark matter residue, which is going to be made by... Honestly, I think we just pull the extra directly from Sam. We're almost certainly going to need some Sam, so hopefully there's enough. I'm probably going to have to bring Sam from multiple locations. I can see that happening already. But we do need more time crystals for this. Another 75. And then we're just gonna have to drag Sam all the way to the end. I may end up just needing to make Sam and like at multiple places and just like ship it in, right? There. So now we're at a positive of 24 dark matter crystals, which is fine. I like that. They can go in my stash. It's slightly more than I use. And also almost certainly is going to be like required to start booting up a machine, because we have to have some raw way of making it. We're almost certainly not going to get that amount of quartz in a single location. We fucking might. Okay. Pod will be back in a moment. So I think today's agenda, we've built our plan. And so today's agenda will be the 3 side bases that all need to be upgraded on their outputs. That should be really easy because that's actually already making everything. It just can't output it. That one will need a little bit of work. And those are fine. The concrete will need a little bit of work as well, but that should also be okay. So that's the first thing. Do our side bases that required our belt upgrades, and then pick a spot for the actual base. Just to see what it takes to make. It takes 100 power shards to research. This is our final base. I don't even know if I need the amount of power shards I have. But if I give up 100 of them, then I will definitely need to. Yeah, I overclock a lot, but like, what have I got? Like nearly 400 there, and plus some extra bugs just sitting here. And this is the final base. It finishes the game. So, I don't know, giving up 100 of them just to learn how to automate them when I probably have enough to finish them seems silly, right? Because if I give up 100 now, I definitely won't have enough, and I will need to either go hunting or automate them. All right, transport. Boom. Bring me to, let's start with the easy one. Concrete. Thank you. concrete base. I know you had room for expansion. I don't remember how, but I do remember. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out. Right, so first step. I know the first step for sure. Also, these are the fucking coolest looking belts. Like, holy. They're so cool, actually. Boom. Okay, so that's the first step. There's no point in increasing the belts out of the machine, so there's no point in increasing the belts out of the uploader. But there is a point in increasing that lift also to the Mark 6 lift. Otherwise it's pointless to have the other thing. And we can increase the speed to the train station. Now, technically there are a bunch of lifts there, but I don't think there's any point in having the lifts upgraded. The belt is providing the 3 different bases, like 3 different things, so the lifts are fine. We just need the belts to move faster, which they are now doing. Okay, well, they're actually only getting used by a single. Everybody is getting concrete from the same platform right now. Okay, I just left myself the option to fill multiple platforms if needed, but it turns out everybody comes rarely enough that that we could use just one, which may explain why we were having some concrete struggles, because without the Mark 6 belts, this wasn't actually able to refill before the next train got here. And it still won't be, because they're proper lifts through floor holes. So these sides also need to be upgraded. Oh yeah, now that's quicker. Oh, now that's quicker. God damn. God damn. Most, but not all, of the concrete machines have turned back on again. I wonder if my concrete supply issue wasn't a supply issue, it was a delivery issue, and I just fixed it. Seems pretty likely, actually. God damn, that refills so fast now. I think I love that. Oh yeah. Oh, that's fully full already. I think those machines will now turn off. They're that might actually be okay. I think it was just a delivery issue. Like holy hole. Yep. I don't know if we necessarily had a manufacturing issue. I think we just had a delivering issue. So I'm just gonna say that base doesn't need any more upgrading. We just can now deliver all the concrete we're making. If it becomes a problem later, we'll come readdress it, but I don't think that it's going to be an issue. However, something we definitely know is an issue. What the fuck are you? Oh, that's this one. Right. Is Illumina 2. See you, train. Now this is a place we know is an issue. But literally, before we even build the next base, this one is already technically not making enough. It's barely, but it's already technically not making enough. Like, so much so that probably these machines are all at like 100% on time. Close to. And nothing's going in the sink. Me kitten. Over to raid. Okay, so these bits don't need to be here. Okay. Yeah, so the boxes aren't actually backing up. But these ones are getting full still. But I know it's a problem. So okay, so if we know it's a problem, what am I going to start with? Yeah, and we know it's a problem because there are overflow sinks set up and they're just running at 0 the whole time. There's no overflow. No overflow is not a fantastic start. But I think that what happens is as simple as both of the bauxite nodes I believe I had just set them to 600 instead of 1200. I had. Boom. If anyone's played this before, we just recently got to phase 5. This is my first time playing. We have roughly planned out what our final base is going to be, but as several of our satellite bases need to be producing significantly more than they currently are, which I can now do thanks to new belts. So that should be fine. That needs to be an MK6 lift as well so that you can keep up. And then from here, I split and take 50% and I go make more stuff again. How much extra aluminium am I going to need here? Okay. So we're 30 short, and I need another 500 of what I'm currently making. So, trying to go see how much sulfur's coming in here too. So you're already maxed, but you're only on 65% of the time. And what about coal? Coal's coming in at 800. Red announcement didn't go off? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. And I said, thank you. And she said, meow, good night. Which I imagine is immediate bedtime. Okay, so that should fix the coal, which should up the last few percent of these. Not them. These ones. They were not running correctly. So a quick look at our sulfuric acids. Okay. Second bauxite. This is the other one. Oh, fuck all the way off. Fuck the whole way off. Get out of my face. Oh, I don't like it when you're here. Ah. Okay, where's the other one? There were two of you. Nope. Ah, I don't like those things at all. They bother me. Yo, how far away is this fucking bauxite? Brilliant. Same thing. Okay, fantastic. Grab some power shards. Max her out. Upgrade the belt that goes with it. which means got the whole thing. Yep, the belt is now going to stop often because the base is built to handle 600 bauxite per node there, and there is now 1200 bauxite per node there, which is absolutely fine because it means, yeah, there's a bit more room for water around here. So it means essentially I can double it all, except I don't think that we have enough sulfur left over. I'm pretty sure that we're not only using 300 sulfur. So I may have to find more sulfur and bring it in. So let's have a look. Wait for you to fully calibrate. And while we're doing that, let's see if I can find new alumina. There you are. Interesting. Am I actually only making 900 sheets? That can't be. Because that would only be... That would have been 12 smelters fully overclocked. What did I do more? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I actually built 16 smelters, which is just 100% wrong. That's not what I said I was doing. Are they all fully overclocked? They are. Why did I not upgrade the plan? Why didn't I update the plan to the same as what I did in the game? But why would you not do the paperwork? This is why paperwork is important. Because now my whole plan's thrown off. And you're actively using 400, which means there's only 200 sulfur left. But it also means that I wasn't bringing in 600 on both of these lines. Well, no, I was bringing in 600 instead of the 450. So what is the so-called limiting factor here? Coal? Am I bringing in more than 600 coal? Where are you coming from? All right, coal. Where are you coming from? Oh, that was this one. Okay. You're only running 85% of the time. So the most you could have been bringing in before would have been 780. Which actually looks like what I was doing. So that's awfully fucking convenient. Because now it's not easily doubleable. Why would you do that, Baylor? Okay, still shouldn't be that bad though. So let's say that went up to 1200. Let's say that went up to 1200. Let's say that went up to 1200. And this went up to 600. What would be our limiting factor? Our limiting factor would still be sulfur. Is there any more sulfur around? Just out of curiosity, did Baylor think maybe I'll need more sulfur? Or did you just fucking close your eyes and hope everything was okay? It looks like you just closed your eyes and hoped everything was okay. That's okay, because we can still make 600 more, which is a pretty decent amount. But is 600 more enough? So I need 30 more. It is. I need 30 more for what's currently running, and I only need 500 more. 400, yeah, 500 total would be all I'm using plus a buffer. Okay, so 600 more would be good. 600 more would be enough. That's fine. We don't have to double the production. That is more than what we need. Now that I have the ability to do so and I have all the bauxite coming in, I will just be maxing out all the nodes then. Yeah. So this is 400. I suddenly can't remember if I turned this one the whole way up, how high it went. I'm pretty sure it was only 600, but I'm gonna go double check it. Yep, that's all the way up in 600. So only got 200 sulfur, which will get me 600 more aluminum, which will be more than we need. So that's fine. The MK6 belts, fantastic, and also sexy as fuck. Look at them. Even the belt glows really cool. Moves shit really fast. Even the lifts have that really cool glow on them. I love them, actually. Okay, so which direction do I build out from? Let's have a look, see real quick. Water's all over there. I will still need a little bit of water. Cool. All right. Yeah, so you're just coming out further this way, I guess. So let's see. I already have. So basically, I'm just gonna want one more of these systems, and then to add it all back in together. Right? Like I had maxed my shit more than I had in my plan, so I can't actually double it, but I can add 600, which at 150 per is one set of smelters. Sorry, 75 per, so two sets of smelters, which is one more row of these. And luckily, that's a blueprint. So, we just have to see which way it's oriented, which is, okay, so if I want to copy that exactly, then it's going to be like that. We're going to go I fucking love the blueprints, by the way. So we're going to come back a little bit. We might as well line it up with you, but then leave room for the smelters. Actually, smelters are literally part of the blueprint. Yo, past Baylor cooked with this blueprint. I made the whole fucking thing. I made the whole fucking thing. I can just place it down. We'll give it a little bit of space, right? And then we'll just go click, and then we line this one up on this side, and we just go click, and we just have to provide them with inputs and merge the outputs back onto the train and give it power. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Yo, I even colored the inputs. Yo, it's suddenly so easy. Is calling logistics sexy? I mean, this belt is sexy though. But have you seen my nuclear pasta base? Specifically the part that makes copper powder, because that's sexy. The part that makes the copper powder, the 1,500 copper powder a minute, that part turns me on a little. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so let's see how I did this, and we'll copy exactly what I did here. Little for the YouTube frogs. I mean, I can't like go back over there. It's very far away right now. So I need to take a third off this line. Ew, the logistics floors. We don't care about those, remember? We need to take a third off each line. Luckily, it's actually super easy to do when you don't care about this logistics floor at all. I'd like to warn everyone that while my previous bases were starting to get neater and neater, we're in a mad rush to finish the game before PoE 1 launches. So we made the executive decision that it would be the return of the spaghetti monster. And like, I'll still try and keep production floors clean, but you know, anything that's not a production floor, anything that's not the actual production floor, you can eat it. It's fine. Boom. So we now take a third of that line and a third of this line. And there is our new bauxite, which now needs a hole here. And a hole here. Because, yep, that's the one that I would put bauxite on. So what we actually need would be a splitter right there that comes in from this way. Fantastic. And you just do that, and then you go in there like that. Who cares? Ta-da, you've provided the bauxite in appropriate amounts to both places. Cool. Now, we ramped up our coal, but our coal was all coming from one single line. So it gets split here, where it then goes in. So I don't really want to split either of those coal lines. I actually want to make a third coal line, where we might just... It's a bit of a mess to get through there. It could be worth just going under the base and coming up where we want. Right? Like I can just attach to the fucking ceiling under here. How did I do that over here? My bauxite came from one way and then my coal came from another way, and that made it work really, really well. So let's do that again. Right, we would grab our fucking yoink, right? Hey, look, I know we said it's the return of the spaghetti monster, but there's only so much spaghetti that we can... There you go. Like you don't have to... You don't have to do that. Also, alternatively, neither do you really. Like you have to be there, but this doesn't have to do that. Like we can fix that. You can come over here, my dude. Right. And then you can come back in underneath that already raised platform and get back to where you were going. Yeah, there you go. Just no need for that. What might actually be even better than that is if we're gonna bring our coal from underneath, then we might as well bring our coal from underneath. Hi, buddy. Now you can just have a splitter right here attached to the roof. Grab that, go in there, and go in there. There should be coal on that line. Not if you're an idiot, there won't be. That's a bit better. And ta-da! Bauxite and coal is in. It's the only thing left being sulfur. Which was done on the ceiling here. And we now need to take exactly 1/3 of. And it looks like... Looks like we'd have to take the third from here if we want to, like, actually evenly take the third. Then we have to yoink it from all the way back here, which is not, like, perfectly ideal, but it's also not that bad. Like, that's a pretty easy yoink. Okay, having bases pre-set up, like this whole blueprint, like pre-set up, and the base intending to be expanded when I got faster belts, certainly made this process significantly better. I'll give it that. Okay, so you're gonna have one splitter. No, not that splitter. A regular splitter. Up on the roof back here. Comes in from that side. You're gonna go like that. And like that. And then you are gonna stay on the roof for a little bit. Until... right there. And that is the sulfur in. Fantastic. So now we just got to worry about water. We hook these two. Look at them. They're already like fully hooked up with power and everything. Thank you for the Poison Holy Relic build. First PoE character to hit 100 is a filthy casual. For 55,000 first build to survive the 99 to 100 grind. Nice. We get that feedback a lot. And it is exactly intended to be that way. The entire purpose of that build is it's built for me. Hey, if I was a Pepega idiot who paid attention to nothing but still wanted to complete everything in the game without worrying ever, how would I do that? And then that's the build. that's what we came up with. If I was a Pepega idiot who never paid attention to anything, how would I make it work anyway? And then it's Holy Relic. That's how. And except the 40% less block, I'd run anything. Oh, I run the 40% less block as well. I don't even care. Alright, so I need 2 waters to pump water all the way over there. Where is my water gonna come from? Here? Can I come from here? Oh! Yep, sort of. Just. Maybe? Hold on. There's one. Oh. There's 2. Nailed it. Nobody likes stinky water. Get out of here. I can't imagine it doesn't get boinked into the ground nextly. Why? It's actually legitimately not strong. Like it's actually not cope at all. It's actually not strong. Like it's just, it's not actually a good build by the definition, right? Like it's just average at everything. Which is why I like it so much. It's just average, but at everything. Which is fucking fantastic. So I can't have time off for PB1. Problem or blessing? The CDR mastery was a massive game. Oh yeah, for sure. It actually fixed like the most awkward part of the entire build, right? Which is like the mid-early game. Like the mid-early game is like the most awkward part of the build, because before you get the CDR, you struggle in early red maps. It's not actually strong enough for the early red maps, right? And you're just like, man, it's actually the point where in the past, where a lot of people have like given up, and I've actively warned people about it. I've been like, listen, there'll be a spot early where you start to think, has Baylor trolled me? This isn't really as strong as I feel like it should have been. And I'm like, you'll start to feel that, and then you'll get a Diala's, and that'll bring you up the CDR breakpoint, and then you'll be like, ah ha 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 ha, never mind, it's all fine. I see what was happening here. But now that like awkward spot where it feels like maybe you've been trolled by the content creator, that doesn't happen anymore. That bit's good. Like that bit's smoothed out because of that mastery. Okay, now I remember the boot up sequence here. So there's a little bit of sequencing to boot this up. You cut these, right? Cut them. And then you just copy a pole. You put it at the back here. Right. Never feels it, but I understand those brake pads prior to the CDR. Yeah. Yeah, this league, you didn't feel that at all because of that mastery, bringing you just up that one extra breakpoint to be like, ta-da. As in every single version. Oh, we will be doing that. We will never touch file toxins again. It's now enhanced all the time. Especially because you only need a level 2 enhance early, right? It's actually kind of OP. Okay. So, the boot up sequence here is a little bit of something, because these two machines feed each other forever. but they need to start. And it's actually this one that needs to start first, which means we get rid of the little nubbins right here. We just copy this one into there. And we copy this one into there. It's some ugly clipping. It's some ugly clipping, all right? So we just turn the power on. It'll be fine. And we just give these guys a sec. They basically just need to build up a little bit of sulfuric acid. Once I put on a spell at around 97, I just never died again. Yep. Yep. It really doesn't need to run for that long. The loop isn't very big. You do want it to start to back up into the machine like that. Yeah, that's enough. Cut that. Cut that. Reconnect. Reconnect. Cut this guy right here. Don't need that power anymore. That is the whole boot up sequence. So now we reconnect you. And we reconnect you. And now I just need to belt these over the head. What am I upgrading to? So I think I want to run these guys separately, right? I don't think I want to join this double box right here. I think what I want to do is make a second double box for the new bit and just put it like in front where that merger is right there. Like, that's still providing the same train. It's just that from the system that's already in place, 50% of it will go to this one. And then we're gonna merge in here to fill up the other ones even quicker when needed, right? Which means I just want like one there and like one there, right? And that goes in and that goes in, but I line it up properly. Right? And you also go in the merger. We might also upgrade all the belts that lead to the train station from the double boxes to Mark 6, just because we can. And just because that, like, yeah, we're not producing enough for all of these to need to be Mark 6s. But they also take them in feast and famine playstyles, right? Like, so they might as well, like, it can back up in the box being made, and then when they take them all, we might as well flood and refill them as quick as physically possible, right? So a needle pulling thread will actually take one like that and one immediately beside it, and then we'll go Merger. 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 And those are actually two separate systems, despite how they look. So you can come all the way up to here. Boom. And you can come all the way up to there. Boom. Alright, and now this one, which comes as straight as possible. And straight into there. And this one comes to here. And then turns to go in that one and take that. So, if the blueprinting was correct, which I'm sure it is, we're literally just ready to power this bitch on and it'll just start filling. So, let's assume past Baylor set everything on every machine correctly in the blueprint, right? We'll just jump onto that power and it should almost immediately kick in at full throttle. The smelters will take a second just because they need to start getting the scraps that are being made. Fucking fantastic. Love me some all-in-one blueprints. I cannot believe I fit all this into a blueprint. That's so nice. This whole system was a blueprint. This was so easy to expand. And now they start refilling boxes up here even quicker. However, we can refill boxes up here even quicker. With the coolest looking belts. There's no point in doing the before the box belts. There's no point. We're not bringing in that much. But we can refill the trains quicker and have the boxes stop, right? They look so cool. And look, they're all full. And they're all full like well before a train gets here now. So now we're producing an extra 600, which is more than what we needed. And we're able to refill the boxes at double the rate we were able to before. More than double. Two and a third? Yeah, like 133% faster. Refilling. Interesting. I do need overflows for these. Excuse me. how am I gonna make those have overflows? Oh, like this? Center any. I don't know if this counts as right or left, so I'll just send the overflow both ways. All right. Center any. I don't know if this counts as right or left, so overflow both ways. Honestly, sure. And then a merger, which goes out that way. Because we do not want the place to stop running. Oh, jeez. Oh, right. Yes, because each of those makes 600. And this also makes 600. Now, we could combine them all into one belt and make it faster. Or we could set up a third sink. Or we could just make the fucking belts quicker. And we can do something cool here. There. Go to back here. And then we just do this. When it overflows, it'll split half into each belt. Because it still is going to need two. We chuck these back on again. And the overflow stopped because a train got here, presumably. Which means this fucking books it now. Jesus. Look at it go. Is that enough? I mean, I can't make it any faster than that, so. Just want to see if it's completely empty or not. Because the trains can't actually, yeah, it's completely empty. But like, that's as fast as I can make it, right? It almost had a full crate. That's fucking close enough. It's certainly a lot faster than it must have been in the past. Goodbye, mixed pasta stuff. It's trying real hard to empty that box with their Mark 6 belts. Right up until that fills up, which will be a little while. Damn. How long? This still takes so long to fill. How long must have that been taken before? I mean, twice as long, I guess. Twice as long, I guess. Yep, and now we're filling, that box is full, and we're filling up our storage buffers again. Just want to see how this works when the full train shows up, which should be any minute now. So that's concrete and aluminum done, provided these work properly. So the next thing to do is go fix our rubber and plastics plant, which literally half of it doesn't work, because the entire plant was designed around Mark 6 belts. And then I was like, I got to the end of it and was like, oh, I don't have Mark 6 belts and I can't even sink this stuff fast enough. It just doesn't work. And so the shit just turns off. I'm like, sure. I just left it being shit because whatever, we'll come back and fix it afterwards. Come on, train, where are you? Oh, you're all the way over there still. Yeah, storage buffers are nearly full. I think that our storage buffers are going to fill up before the train gets here, which is great. That's good news. It should do. Need some rocket boosters for these trains. Well, to be fair, I am all the way down here, right? And the train has to go out on a track that goes all the way around here, and then back down here, and then up there, and then that way, and then all the way up to that base. It's a long way. Which is why there's 2 trains doing this exact trip, where they pick up all 3 boxes and they like fill all 3, which they apparently don't use all of. They can't drop it all off, which is good. That means we are now oversupplying that base, which is great because that's what I wanted to then have leftovers, right? Because I plan on taking it for other things. Oh, it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Look at it all move. Yo, MK6 belts are the best, actually. Funnily enough, there should be no... Oh, you know, there should be starter there. That makes sense. Yeah. That's fine. It's absolutely fine. These back 2 should probably fill the fastest. Well, I guess those two should fill at the same speed, and then that one a little bit slower actually. I'm gonna replace every belt in the game. Nah, many of my belts are intentionally running slow. Like when something makes, you know, 7 items a minute or maybe 20 items a minute, I've intentionally put them on Mark 1 belts because I want it to travel slowly. Okay, so the only other thing left to check is our sync to make sure that they say it should be 900 a line on that the reader. The reader should say 900 a line once everything's full, once the buffers are full. It should be around about now. It'll take them a minute to kick up. In fact, I hate waiting to see how long it takes. We just fucking delete them and put new ones down. Yep. 900 a minute. Just going straight into the sink. Plenty of extra. Alright. Both concrete and aluminium are fixed. Next. I would like you to go to space 3. That's such a good base. I'm really happy with that one. I wish that I could be bothered to take my time to turn them all into actual buildings, but I'm really happy with that. Not a fucking red light in sight. turn off self-driving. And now for the problems down here. MK6, MK6, MK6. Everything down on the logistics level here. Everything has to be an MK6. There's literally, the whole place is designed like that. It'll have to also be the lifts. I just need to go around, make sure I got all the belts. Do the filters actually upgrade all of them at once? I don't think so. No. No. Had to double check. I was like, maybe. Let's have a look. I know some of these lifts wouldn't have needed to be MK6s, but like, I did this a little bit ago, and I can't remember what needed to be and what didn't need to be. And like, what's the point in figuring it all out when I can just make every belt an MK6, right? Every belt and every lift can just be an MK6. Speaking of, you might as well supply the train station better too. Just in case. Same reason as the other place. You might as well refill the box as quick as possible, because why not? Before you sink the excess. Just to like stamp out any possible future like logistic problem or throughput problem or whatever. I don't think it needs it right now, but like, why not? I think now everything is running so smoothly up here. I could replace all these belts just because they glow, but I actually think it all like runs at a really good speed up here, right? Like it's very visually appealing now that everything's back on again and all lined up. I really liked that. It was just where it all merged in the logistics floor where it became a bottleneck. That is beautiful. Beautiful. Silly rubber and plastic space. Look at the fucking size of that bitch. What even? What even? Also, I was right when I made it. This is all the rubber and plastic I will need for the rest of the game. Actually, I actually may have gone a little overboard. I think I'm not going to use about 2/3 of it. That's fine. Better to have too much than not enough. Right. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, well, I think that's all 3 of the upgrades. Was there anything else that needed to be upgraded before I needed to pick a new base? Pick a new place for my bases. No, I think that's it. I think that we are done. Okay, in that case, this is going to be a fucking massive base. But there were 2 things we wanted to make a tiny bit extra of, which is turbo motors. Are we making turbo motors for this thing? No. Okay, well then the sloops can stay where they are, because I'm not going to make turbo motors specially. Aha! Right here. We need more than that. So we need an amount for... Okay. Well, okay, look, but we do need an amount of this for ourselves. We'll call it like a dimensional depot with an upload rate of parts per minute. Yeah, parts per minute. Like, I don't know, fucking 2? No, not 15 per minute. Like, what? Okay, how do I set this to be like, I just need to make a little bit more. That is what is necessary here. Like, I want to... Nope. There's got to be a way. Okay, why does adding another thing put a question mark on it? That's odd. What do you mean question mark? I just want to make slightly more of this. Can I set it to parts per minute? You're making 6. I'd like you to make 10. Nope, breaks everything. Okay. Okay, what if I do another one of these? Which I then put into a box. No? What do you mean question mark? I mean, oh. No, I think potentially it's just so fucking complicated that I needed to wait. I think it's just doing the math. There. So now you're making 4, which I can use for something else and also my pocket. 4 extra, plus the 6 we want. Excuse me. Right, so what's going to be the hardest here? Sam's going to be hard to get hold of. Sam is not at very many locations, but that's fine. We need 750 at a minimum. We probably need more. I'm probably going to have to ship Sam in from other places. I probably make Sam wherever Sam is and then ship reanimated Sam to this base. I think is the way to go. Because you need reanimated Sam to go with any of these, which we haven't decided what to use yet. But you need, you need reanimated Sam to make the actual dark matter residue. Just need reanimated Sam. So we don't need much iron, but we do need some. Right now we need a lot of quartz, but I could also make it with a lot of oil, which might be better. Because most of the quartz, well, a lot of the quartz goes to diamonds, but not all of it. You do still need 300 for the, so we'll need some, but not a lot if we don't make pink diamonds. So let's have a look at our map. Also, all of our coal, which is, I think that's the bigger problem. 3,600 coal just to make diamonds doesn't seem like a thing that we'll be doing. Alright, let's load up the interactive map and put our save in it so we can see what's going on. All right, here we go. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about those. You can hide them. Don't care about those. You can hide them. You can hide those and those and those and those and those. You can keep all the buildings. There's 170 kilometers worth of belts here. There's 170 kilometers worth of belts on my map. That's fine. God damn, this is busy. I fucking desecrated the blue crater. I didn't treat the blue crater with the respect it deserves at all. It's such a nice place, and I just fucking ruined it. I ruined every bit of it. Okay, options, map options. Reveal all the map. Now take me to resource wells. So I would like to see both nitrogen gas and crude oil, because I know I need both. On our resource nodes, let's just turn everything off. Well, we know we need sand, we know we need quartz. I know I'd like to have coal. What else do we need? I need a little bit of iron. Not a lot of iron. Not a lot of copper, but we need it. Again, we can ship these in from anywhere. So we need preferably... two pure quartz and a normal sand. Oh, hello, buddy. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Right, hold on 1 second. Just a sec. Yes, hello. Getting very excited. They're just getting very excited because my sister just got home. She's in the driveway. Okay, so there's a lot of quartz. Normal coals give you 600 per, those give you 300. So there's 600, 600, another 600. And another 12 over there. There's actually quite a bit of coal up in this area. Not a lot of water though. I'd have to be like out. Ooh. Pure SAM and an impure SAM. Two impure quartz. Those aren't great. It's a little far away from fucking everything up there. Lots of open space though. Ooh, hold on. Nitrous gas. Lots of iron. One normal SAM node. Decent amount of coal. An impure SAM there I can bring forward. Lots of oil I could make diamonds out of. No copper down here, but I don't really need a lot of copper. Oh wait, there is. There's a pure copper in that. I thought those were all irons, but there's actually a pure copper right there. Yo, maybe I'm over here on the coast. Over these fucking islands. Because there's no spot's going to have enough SAM for me for this whole base. There isn't a spot that's going to have enough SAM for me. We're going to have to be getting SAM from multiple places. So I guess the only other question is there any Caterium over here? Oh, there's a nice Caterium node. I can use that pure Caterium to make, like, I don't need it for the base. But I think, yeah, pure Caterium here is one of the best ones, I think. 60 Caterium, 45 reanimated SAM to make 15 ingot, 60 reanimated SAM, 120 aluminum ingot, and only 40. Yeah, I think Caterium is like the best way to make the fixite ingot. There's also a pure Caterium on an island to the south. Oh, just over there. Okay, that's not too far away. I mean, I'm already going to be running belts from here anyway, right? Which is, there's also plenty of iron. There's also more iron than I need. And 2 decent nodes of Caterium, relatively close. I can make a little satellite quartz base here and just have it drone the quartz over to me, because I will need some quartz, and there's 2 pure nodes there, which is disgusting. I can make as much quartz as I need and just have it droned into my base over here. There's plenty of coal, but I would say I'll use up all of the oil to make as much oily diamonds as I can. Right? And then we'll make diamonds, whatever's left, if there's some left, out of the coal that's available. So the only things that aren't good over here on this coast, the only things that aren't good about this location is there isn't enough SAM. There's only 1 normal SAM, but that's going to happen anywhere. I need too much SAM for this base. There isn't a good location that has all the SAM. We will have to ship in SAM. So there's at least a normal. Also, I'm pretty sure somewhere down here, it's not showing up because I'm using it, but there's like, oh, there's another pure Caterium. But like somewhere in, I think in here. Yeah. There's a SAM node right there that I'm like not really using. Which we could also, like, I'm not using most of that. So I could easily build up over this so that all the excess SAM gets made into reanimated SAM and then droned to me. That's not far, right? Plus I'll have my normal SAM node there. I got this impure, which is close enough to run in. And I could probably, if I still need more, I'll just drone it in from wherever I need to, right? It'll just, wherever I need to, I'll just make little satellite base and fucking process it all on site and just have it droned over to me. Also, with the concrete and alumina bases right there, and my rubber and plastics only just up here, this is actually like a pretty good place to split my train and have a train station. Like, that's actually really well located to all of the things that I'm going to need a lot of. Need a lot of aluminum, I'm gonna need a lot of the concrete, and I'm gonna need the parts that are made at this base and the rubber and plastics that are made there. And so all of it is actually like, everything I need is like on this side. Okay. Yeah. I think this is where two pure aluminum near that oil. You mean bauxite? Oh. There's one bauxite. Oh. Two bauxites. Hmm. Yo, pure bauxite. I don't know if that's useful to me. I mean, it is though. If I need more aluminum that I'm making, I could easily make stuff with just like the sloppy alumina right here in the water with those two bauxites if I end up needing a bunch more, which I would only need to make into ingots for this if I don't have enough of it. We'll have to just sort of work that out as we go, but there are plenty of options. Caterium is certainly the best, and we actually really don't need that much. Surprisingly, we don't need that much. I thought we were going to need way more of this, to be honest. And there's the rest of that oil. That is a well, right? Like, I don't... Oh, God. I don't have the crude oil itself turned on. Oh, my God. There's so much oil here. Yeah, that's going to handle all of our diamonds. All of our diamonds. We're not going to need... That's going to be so good. Yeah, that's for sure. All right, that's for sure. This is our base. Our base is happening over here. And it's probably going to be at least this big again. If not bigger. Like... It's just such a good place though. Just such a good location. I would bet it's relatively common to see power factories out here too, with this much oil and just access to free ocean. I bet a lot of people build power factories out here. Which like this bullshit that I did, which is maybe the neatest that I have anything done. Look at this. That's so neat. That's so neat. You can see how neat it is. Like, just looking at the map. That's my that's my blueprint designer. I never got rid of it. Like, look at all these things. They're all full on rocket fuel. It's perfect. Well, that should be enough power for the whole thing that I'm doing now too. Okay, well, so we're basically gonna build like over the water this whole area like that. Like that whole area is just, that whole place is mine. Fucking humongous base is what I'm making. I'm gonna make a nuclear power plant. I just don't think I need one. Like, I think I have enough power to finish the game. I kind of expected the power requirements to be more, right? I expected them to be more than, like, I thought when I made this base up, I'd look at the power requirements and be like, aha, okay, so first we use our current power to make nuclear power, and then we use the nuclear power to build this base. That's what I thought was gonna happen. Oh, okay. Hi. Hi, my dude. Really? Excuse me. Damn it. I've almost certainly got enough Mercer Spheres and everything too. But there's something about seeing a Mercer Sphere when you're not even looking for it that makes me have to go over and get it. This is the way. This is the way. Like, you just have to, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? Not get the Mercer Sphere? Don't be silly. Oh my god, another one.
Witness a single strand of the tapestry.
Okay, so that's cool looking. Oh, and a sloop. Clearly I haven't really been over here. I don't know about infinite replayability, but it certainly has quite a bit of replayability with like a map this large and whatnot. Right? Like there's so many places I haven't been. So many places I haven't built things. Okay, so plenty of room to bring bauxite in there and there. The SAM is just down here. This is quite high to build though. I don't think I need to build quite this high. Plus we'll probably build up anyway. So no, what's up? Okay, so what's gonna get in my way of building here? I mean, like, technically these giant fucking rocks. But maybe there's something sick, something wrong with me. But I kind of like the idea that these rocks might get in my way and I might have to build around them. You can plus while keeping your research and alternative recipes would be cool. See, I wouldn't want to keep the research and alternative recipes. I feel like you want to still unlock those again. I don't. Okay, no matter what, I want my train to come in through that rock. Oh, I didn't see you. I only saw the master sphere. to build over the ocean. I could. And I'm probably gonna largely build over the ocean. I'm just sort of looking around at what's around to cause me problems. You know, get the lay of the land or whatever. Damn it, I came up here for a crash site that doesn't exist. I was just too far away from it at the time to tell that it doesn't exist anymore. I bet that one doesn't exist either. I just saw it for a split second. Nope, it doesn't exist, it's already gone. Yeah, lots of mobs there. Top of there. My train's all the way up there. Okay. Alright. This is where I mark the done ones. It feels like a weird, feels like a weird thing to me. But like, it just feels like a bug that should have been fixed. Like, why can I see crash sites that I've already picked up? Right? Like, that seems like a bug that should be fixed. Ability to deconstruct sites is relatively new. With the amount of times I've been trolled and I've like gone to fucking a crash site to look at it and been like, oh, nope, it's actually already gone, is too large. The amount of time that's happened is too large, actually. Okay, so I think I've decided the build height of my floor for the factory should be a little bit above this right here. Right? So a little bit above, like maybe here-ish. Which should get me over all the major things. It should leave room for me to grab nodes and build underneath the base when needed. And it should also put the really, really big things like that and like these rocks and shit, like sort of in the way. So they're a little bit in my base, which I am cool with. So what I want to do is grab a foundation, lock it onto the grid, hold it, punch it up in the air till I think it's at about the right height, which I think might be, I don't know, like 10 more meters up. Oh, okay. Maybe that's even a little too high. Come down like 5. Yeah, it's gonna be like above a lot of the things, but the really big things will still comfortably like be in my base, like that thing, for instance. But there's plenty of room below it for shenanigans if I need. Sure. I mean, that's 10. But do I want to go this far out onto the ocean? I mean, convenience says yes. But I'm thinking one more closer. Yeah, let's actually go 2 more. So that's 11. Then what we might do is just go 11 this way as well. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think I'd rather come in as well. Yeah, we're literally paving this whole fucking area. I mean, I'm definitely out of concrete, right? Yeah. Yeah, my bad. That's a lot of floor. That's a lot of floor I just made. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough, actually. Ooh. Two more and just connect over there again. And then I'll be happy with that being the base, and we'll start to figure out how we're going to get it trained in here first. So I think I think the first step is to lay out a little bit of flooring, and then the second step is to figure out how and where the train goes. How and where the train goes seems like it should be a pretty important part. We don't like bees. Bees are my second least favorite mob. The first least being incredibly obvious. Cool. We are built into this. Is it sky raisins? It's the spiders, right? The spicy spiders. Well, any of the spiders really, but especially the spicy spiders. Okay, so the next real problem is we're gonna have to bring a train in, and my whole train line is actually quite a bit higher. Down here is really like quite low, like map coordinates wise, compared to where my train is. It's all the way up there. So we're gonna have to come up with a more interesting or better way to bring the train from there to here without ramping it down. How hard is it? And how much slower is it to like make a train come down like quickly? What's the best way to make a train change its elevation quickly? Could have it zigzag a little, but I don't love that. Could have it spiral. Feels like it would take a lot of time to spiral. Probably not. If you did it on only a 2-meter slope, it shouldn't be any worse than any other incline. I feel like it'd be okay. As long as you don't do it on a 4-meter incline, like a spiral up or down should be fine. And so I'm thinking of what might be cool. if I like split it and it spiraled down through this like river that I'm in right now, right? Like to here, and then left that way and spiraled down again. There's one thing that I will do differently in a further playthrough. It's I will work a lot harder on my train blueprints, and I'll have some like curves and some variations of angles and some spirals and such. And instead of making them like this where they hover way up in the air, I will still make them so they don't need beams, but I'll make them with like a blue glowy effect so that they like, you know, they're still floating rails, but more like the skateboard from Back to the Future. Like they float above the ground, but still like relatively close to the ground. Like they need something to make it look like they need something to like, you know, exert pressure into. So I'll still have to go with the terrain and whatnot. Nope. How the fuck dare you? Absolutely not. To make a blueprint of an intersection. Yeah. But this is the last intersection I'm gonna make, probably. So right, so I'm thinking intersection from here, right? Build a spiral of some sort, if it works. Build a spiral of some sort to spiral down to like this level. Come underneath this thing, like come out through here somewhere. Maybe even like relatively close to the water. Come through the water. Or like just above the water. Out the waterfall. Oh, but that's not the coolest way in. The coolest way in into the whole base might be to come in this way. So we come like down from there in through the rocky foundation here, just like in the middle of it. And then over onto the base. It adds like a little bit of extra time to the base. Instead of going like straight from there to the base, we'd go like through the little rocky bit. It's not like technically speaking the best logistically. If I don't find a place soon that I can land. Ah, fantastic. Woo. Does poison spires or nemesis? I mean, once you get the filters, the gas mask, right? You can just basically ignore them. They just basically don't exist. Okay, so we were thinking about splitting the train all the way over there, right? But I wonder if instead we come down in this side, which might end up being more central to the base, because I've just sort of outlined the edge of it, but it's going to be a fucking huge base. It's almost certainly going to extend both that way and that way and that way. So we could instead like come in this way. There'll be a Sam under us. That's right, I don't mind if Sam's under us. Oh, there's some pretty cool terrain we could make the train go through too, if we do it over here. Instead of flying over everything, we could actually have the train go through some shit. Have a really cool ride through the trees and stuff, and like just try to delete as few trees as possible. Be a cool challenge. Something else I haven't done is made it a four-way intersection yet, and I would like to. So we could turn this intersection in. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I haven't made a four-way intersection yet, and I would like to. Just to have that as a thing I've done. So we're going to make the four-way intersection here. And then I'm going to try. Hold on, let me get more rocket fuel just in case I run out. Rocket fuel. Boom. Thank you. We'll turn this into a four-way intersection. And then I'm going to try and head down as quick as possible, but on only a 2-meter decline. Right? So we're going to try and like spiral our way down to about this level. And then we're going to try and sort of neatly, without destroying the trees, sort of snake our way down, maybe through here. And we'll come out that side, and we'll join our base over here. I think I'm happy with that idea. That's what we're doing. We might go as far as to say off in that direction right there is the train station. Right? Like this area over here. This is the train. This like 15 square block. The reason I'm thinking about it like that is because that's plenty of room, but also if I need more room for more trains, because I'll have trains set up like that, and if I need more trains, I'll just fucking, you know, build more road out this way, and then the rest of the base starts forward here. And I don't build like base parts like past here, so that we can always add more train. There can always be more train. Never know how many train stations I'm gonna need. Yeah, I think it's reasonably close to the ground. We'll still be able to hover from our power that's underneath our like floor level. We'll still be able to hover from the ground up to here. Plenty of room vertically, plenty of room out that way, plenty of room out that way. No room in that direction, and this direction is safe for train. But plenty of way that way, plenty of way that way, infinite way up. There will be enough space here. Cool. Oh my god, it's a real crash site. Whoa. Whoa. They're fucking everywhere. You guys don't look like you can swim. How'd you get over to this island? Oh, I thought you were dead. Okay, Jesus. There's a tendency to respawn right away. They're supposed to respawn after a few days. In-game days, though, not our days. Unless there's a powered on building within a certain radius or something like that. possible. I don't even know if there are fucking 10 more recipes for me to get. But I've got 10 more hard drives. Oh, hello. Sorry, these bees can't actually hear gunfire while you're crouching. That's fine, right?
Look through the window and witness a threat.
Right, so unfortunately there's still way too much going on around here. We're only going to have about a 6-hour stream today, so I'm probably not going to build the train station or anything today. I'm probably going to like call it a day. But my first things as soon as I get back, so tomorrow, is going to be build a train station. And then what the fuck, why can't I get up? Oh, why am I using shit fuel? What the fuck? Yeah, there you go. Okay. So my first thing is going to be to build a train station, and then I'm going to do something I wish I did right from the beginning that is probably semi-pointless to do now at this stage, but I just kind of like to have it as a thing I've done in case I make any mistakes. Wow. For learning from all the mistakes I make. I'm gonna build a place in this base that is specifically designed to actually be my hub, because I've just sort of slapped it down everywhere I've gone, and it's really actually been relatively inconvenient and didn't have a centralized place for anything. And like, I feel like there should be like for instance, the whole time I've been playing, there should have just been a box near me that I could throw every remain, every bug, every, like, all of the leaves, everything. There should just be a big box that I can just dump everything in, and it should just smart split out to where it's supposed to go, and it should turn into things automatically, and it should just I should just have a fucking dump box, right? And that it should even have like a thing that's like, if you don't deserve to go in a box, then you should also go to the sink, right? Like there should just be a thing near my hub where I can just dump everything and it'll all go to the right places. And maybe it's a bit late with this being like the final base that I'm gonna need to build, but like I know I'm gonna do another run of this probably in 1.2 or next time PoE is low or whatever, and I would like to have built one so that I know what the fuck it looks like when I have that experience under my belt, right? Oh, hold on. I need to know if that's a real crash site also. Nope, I got closer and it's not here. I hate that. I hate that so much. That's actually going to be my number one I don't know if it deserves to be number one, but it's gonna be my number one, like, hope for a bug fix thing. It's like, could you just fucking stop trolling me with crash sites I've already gotten? That'd be great, thanks. Also important, not the crash site thing, also the like main base is important because I want somewhere to put all my statues, including the nut, which I've already earned but haven't bought. Like I want somewhere to showcase my statues, which I could just buy. But like, hello. Your game was saved. Where's your party for putting your nut up for display might be against Twitch terms and services. And that is the only reason I don't do it. That is the only reason. I'm calling it a day. I'll have a longer day hopefully tomorrow. Too many IRL things to do. I will see everybody tomorrow. Goodbye.